Alright, let's get the mic on. Let's get the window on. Our Lauren, hello again. Did I have a good lunch? I grabbed I grabbed the peanut butter and jelly sandwich for lunch. I was bad. Uh, just to get back here. And then I went outside. So we had sleet and freezing rain for the last couple of days. I actually went out and cleaned my car off and got it running, let it run for about 10, 15 minutes. Got it all defrosted, the battery charged back up. Let's go into data. Let's go into maps. Let's go into the US map and see if we can't find another barrier. I still having coffee and cake. I haven't even had cake yet. I'll have to grab a piece after dinner tonight. But I want to get this barrier palette fixed so we can move on to something new. Now, does this parking lot or any of the places on this map have some kind of a traffic barrier? I'll have to look around the map and see if we can find something I can use. Let's look around at some of the factories. I see traffic cones. I see traffic cones. Don't see a barrier. Alright, nothing there. Which way do we want to go? Anything here? Nothing there. We were just by the ball field. Let's go up this way. Anything near the animal dealer? No. Any kind of barriers in the parking lot? Nothing there. About at the gas station. Nothing at the gas station. I don't know if we're going to be able to find a different kind of barrier. Anything at the BGA? Nothing at the BGA. We could try this one, but I think that's the same one I used. Let's go File, Export. I'm going to throw it in that folder I made on the desktop. So let's grab that barrier and see if we can't make it work any different than the one I have. But nothing in the way of concrete barriers. I don't see any. We have over here bunch of steel, some lawn chairs, another plastic barrier, Not seeing a concrete barrier. Guess this map doesn't have any kind of concrete barrier. Nope. Let's get out of here. I had downloaded a treehouse. I have not had a chance to even look at it. I have not played in a couple days. I haven't even recorded anything for YouTube in a couple days. I never even got a YouTube video recorded today. I slept in. Alright, so we are in the French map. Does the French map have any kind of barriers? Probably not. It's a fairly simple map. Alright, nothing there. Nothing at the BGA. Nothing there. I don't think we're going to find any kind of concrete barrier that's in the map. I don't know how to use Blender to make my own. Alright, so nothing in the French map. Take a quick peek at the Alpine map. Anything in the parking lot here? I don't think I'm going to find like a concrete road barrier anywhere. Where's that like fishing port area? What do you have over here? Anything? Nothing. Nothing there. Anything here? Nothing here. Anything along the tracks? Nothing along the tracks. Nope, no concrete barriers anywhere. Alright, let's try that plastic one. If I can't make that work, we're just going to eliminate the barrier palette. So let's take a look at this one. See if it's any different than the i3D I currently have. Does it have like an LOD1 and an LOD2? It does not. It has, we could take the rigid body off, and then I can use, nope, that's the same. Alright, let's try this. Let's take the current barrier palette, And let's go File, Export. I'm going to throw it in here. So it's out of the mod. And then we're going to open up, let's close that one. So open up the barrier palette. Let me take my speed down. Alright, so let's go, what does this have? Let's go File, Import. Let's import the new barrier that we just pulled out of the map. Don't know if it's going to be any different or not, but let's go Edit, Cut, and Paste. And then we're going to have to definitely make her smaller. So let's get rid of one of the existing barriers. This one is definitely different than the one I was using. Alright, so let's get rid of that one and that one. Let's make a second one. And I'm gonna have to make them a little bit more narrow. So let me delete that one. Let's delete that one. Let's make this one a little bit narrower. And then I'll probably make them just a hair longer. Alright, let's try that again. Alright, so that one's definitely a little bit different than the one I was using. So let's take the rigid body off. And then it has a visual with no rigid body. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take the visual, I'm going to duplicate it, I'm going to call it the collision, and I'm going to make it invisible. I don't know if that's going to work or not, but we're going to try. So let's take that one, let's duplicate it, let's make it the collision, make it invisible, and then this one, let's duplicate it, let's call it the collision, and make it invisible. Let's save that. Now let's take the new barrier palette. Let me make sure there's no texture issues. There shouldn't be. So let's take this. Alright, let's go File, Export. Let's override Cement Factory palettes. Let's override the barrier palette. Alright, so let's go back into the cement factory. Let's open up the barrier palette. Richard Farming, how are you doing today? I'm hosting you, buddy. Thank you for the host, much appreciated. If I didn't pop up on my screen, I apologize. Alright, so we have the barrier palette, and let's look at our content. Alright, let's open up the barrier palette XML. Alright, so the first node is 0, 2, and 0. 0, 2, 0, 0, 2, 1, and 0, 2, 2. So 0, 2, 0, 0, 2, 1, and 0, 2, 2. And then our tension belt is going to be this number. So let's move that. That's the first one, which is this one. So let's save that. So our second tension belt should be this one, which goes here. Yeah, I'd be doing much better if this palette worked the first time, but it's been giving me a fit for about an hour. So let's save that. Let's see if this new palette's going to give us any problems or not. So let's go back to the cement factory. Let's delete that. Let's zip it back up. Let's find my mods folder. Let's copy that back into here. Alright, let's jump into FS22. Let's go into No Man's Land first and see if we're still getting tension belt errors with the palette. And then if it works there, we'll jump into the Elm Creek map and double check it there. Alright, so let's go back to the concrete factory. And let's see. Alright, so let's take this guy, distributing, this guy, distributing, this guy, storing, 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 storing. I want one of each palette spawn out. Alright. So now let's change it back to distributing so they don't spawn back out. Alright, so we have the concrete palette, we have the block palette, we have the paver palette, we have the barrier palette. Let's see if the barrier palette is going to give us tension belt errors this time. What are we on? We're on Euro palette. Alright, let's see if we can load these and if we get tension belt errors. Well, it's auto-loading. It's not going to belt properly. Yeah, it's not belting properly. I have no idea why some of them belt properly and some of them don't. So we're going to have to fix that. But let's check the log now to see if we're still getting LOD errors. Yes, so they're still getting LOD errors. So there's still a problem with the barrier palette with this LOD mesh flag. And I just rebuilt the palette completely. Could not add shape LOD1. CPU mesh flag. Alright, so the barrier palette is still messed up. I think it may be the palette itself now and not the barrier. Let me take let me go into my palettes a minute. Ritchie's Creek palettes. What can I? All right, let's do this then. Let's take. Let me delete. No, I don't want to delete that one yet. Let's do this. Let's take the block palette. And let's go File, Export. I'm going to go back to my desktop. I'm going to call this Barrier 2 palette for now. Alright, let's open up Protein Pick Mix. Hail man, you still having problems? Still having problems with this barrier palette. These palettes in 22 are a pain in the ass. Alright, so we're going to come back down here and we're going to get rid of all of these blocks. And I'm going to go File, Import. I'm going to bring the new barrier palette in that we just built that's still having problems. And I'm going to take these three. I'm going to go Edit, Cut, and Paste. And then we're going to get rid of that palette. So it leaves us with the new palette. And then let's save that a minute. So I'm going to go into the cement factory. I'm going to go into that's that one. Alright, let's pull up the cement factory. I'm going to go into palettes. We're going to get rid of the barrier palette altogether. So let's take the new palette. Let's go File, Export. External mod, cement factory, palettes, and this is going to be the new barrier palette. Alright, and now we're going to take so now we're going to take the block palette because that's what we build it off of. Let's copy that and let's paste it back in. We're going to rename it Barrier Palette. We're going to completely rebuild. Oh, I wanted to name it, yeah, Barrier Palette. Let's open that up. So this becomes, so hold on. Let me open that up again. So this becomes Barrier. This becomes Barrier. And then this becomes Barrier. Now, we went from having 7 blocks to 3, so I need to eliminate 4, 5, 6, and 7. And I need to eliminate 4, 5, 6, and 7. Because there's 7 blocks on that palette, this only has 3. Let's save that. And then let's open up the barrier. We'll double check the i3D pathing. Now if this is still messed up, I'm just going to eliminate the barrier from the factory and say the hell with it. I've been messing around with this palette now for about 3 hours. Alright, so the main transform group should be 0, 2, and 0. 0, 2, and 0. And then the collision should be 0, 2, 0, 1. Should be 0, 2. Why does that not look? Zero, 0, 2, 0, 1. Alright, so that looks right. How do you create a collision in the editor? I usually take one off of a different palette and put it on my palette. If this doesn't work, I don't know what else to do to fix this palette. Oh, that's not where I wanted it. Alright, so this needs to go. This needs to go. Mods folder. Copy. Paste. Replace. Alright. If this doesn't work this time, I'm going to just take that palette out of the factory. Now, sometimes you could take a cube and make it invisible and use it as your collision, but it doesn't always work. But getting the collisions fixed on the palettes are a royal pain in the ass. Alright, so let's go storing. Alright, so let's go back to distributing. So they don't spawn back out. And let's see if we get the errors this time. I was wondering how you make a collision if you created your own. Sometimes I take the palette and duplicate it, make it invisible. Or I take the item on the palette and duplicate it, make it invisible. Sometimes it works as a collision and sometimes it doesn't. It's all trial and error to see what works and what doesn't work. But the tension belts are definitely messed up on the blocks, the pavers. So every one of these palettes are not tensioning belt properly. But palettes in 22 are a pain because every single component on the palette has to have a collision or it throws an error. And that's what I've been struggling with. Nope, still have a problem with the barrier palette. It doesn't like that barrier. I've got one more thing I can try, and then I'm completely out of ideas. I'm just going to trash the palette. So let's go back into Cement Factory. Let's go back into palettes. Back into the barrier palette. try one more thing, and then I'm just going to delete it from the factory. We won't make barriers. I'm going to take just the visual part of it without all the other shit in it, and I'm going to go edit, cut, content, edit, paste. And we're going to have to resize it, but that's all right. I'm going to delete that. I'm going to delete that. I'm going to delete that. So we only have the visual part of it left. Now the problem is I need the correct height. Let me go File, Import. Let me bring in the Paver palette because it has to be the same height, or they won't double stack on the auto load trailer. So that's the max height I can go. So let's make it a little bit narrower. We definitely have to make it narrower this way. Alright, let's go with 1. Let's go with 2. Let's go with 3. Now I'm going to try something on the collision I have not done before. Let's create a cube. And I'm going to try and get it about the same height as the palette. Oh, I knew that was going to happen. I want to see if I can make this my collision. Alright, so let me duplicate that. I'm going to throw it inside of here. And then we're going to duplicate it again. I'm going to go edit, cut. I'm going to throw it inside of there. I'm going to take that one. We're going to make it invisible. We're going to make it invisible. We're going to make it invisible. So there's no rigid body. Let's save that. Now we just have to fix our XML because our tension belt node is now just 0200. So you are 0200, you go to 0. It's not what I wanted. You go to 0. 02, yep, so you just go to 0, and then you go to 0. Alright, let's save that. If this doesn't work, then I have no idea. I won't be able to use that barrier to build this palette with. So one last time, I'm going to delete that. Now it's just a challenge to try and get it working. Yeah, a lot of times I'll export a collision off of another palette because you make them invisible anyway. Alright. So let's try that again. Storing, 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 storing. And then let's get some to spawn out. So barrier, distribute, distribute, distribute. So I don't want any more spawning out. Alright, now, the $1,000,000 question. Does that get rid of the errors in our log? No, it does not. So it doesn't like that barrier. Does not like that barrier. Don't know why. I have no idea why I can't get this palette to work. Let me look at something else. Now it's just a challenge to try and get the damn thing working. Let me look at one of my other palettes. I want to see if it has a collision or if it doesn't have a collision. If the rigid bodies are turned on or if the rigid bodies are turned off. So if I go in and we look at one of the crates, it has no rigid body. What are we using for tension belts on that palette? Where's my tension belts? Okay, so that has a separate node for tension belts. So you have no rigid body. CPU mesh is unchecked. And you have, so that has a rigid body. And it's just checked as a collision. Alright, so no rigid body, no CPU mesh. Alright, so let's do this. That was the bakery box palette. So let's go back into the cement factory. Let's go back into palettes. Let's open up the barrier palette. And then let's do this. Let me get rid of the collisions. Alright, so this was no rigid body, no CPU mesh. And then if I go File, Import, Documents, My Games, Farm Sim 22, Mods, Richie's Creek, Palettes, Bakery Box Palette. So I'm going to come down here, and I'm going to grab that first collision, and I'm going to go Edit, Cut, and Paste. I'm going to take collision 2 and collision 3 as well. And let's go Edit, Cut, and Paste. And let's take that palette, delete it back out. Let's take this first collision. Let's spin it to 90. Let's get its height fixed. Alright, so I'm just going to duplicate that one instead. Let's delete that one. Let's delete that one. Let's grab this one. Let's duplicate it. Slide it over. We'll call it 02. I will duplicate it again. And let's slide it over. We'll call it 03. And we'll save it. Now this matches the other palette. Does the palette itself need a collision? If you look at the other palette, the palette itself has collisions. It has the floor collision and it has, so the palette itself has a collision. But now we have to remap the i3D. So that's the bakery box. I don't want to mess that one up. So the barrier palette, collision 1 is this number. Collision 2 is this number. And then collision 3 is that number. Alright, let's save that. Let's save that. Now I want to look at, let's go back into the cement factory. I want to look at the barrier palette and I want to look at the butterbox palette one more time, side by side. So we have our palette and our content. We have our palette and our content. And then we have, yeah, so that everything looks like they're set up the same. We have our sounds, we have our dynamic mount trigger, and then we have our i3D mapping. So both the butterbox palette now matches the barrier palette, but I think it's the barrier itself that's giving me a hard time. If this doesn't work, I have absolutely no idea. copy that. Mods. How did Ritchie's Creek survive the 1 point? I have one warning on fish processing that I can't figure out how to fix. But it's not an error, it's a warning, and it doesn't affect performance. But I can't figure out how to get rid of the warning. If this doesn't work, I'm just going to eliminate the barrier from the factory. So I'm not messing with it anymore. All right, distributing. So we don't get any more to pop out. Yeah, so this palette now matches all my other palettes. But I have a feeling it's the i3D itself that's giving me a hard time. Alright. $1 million question. It's CPU mesh flag. It doesn't like the barrier. Doesn't like the i3D itself. So the i3D itself, the barrier itself, is what's throwing the error. It doesn't like the shape. I don't know how to fix this palette. I've built hundreds of palettes the same way. I don't know how to fix this palette. So fill unit index is 1. Let me look at the fill unit index on another palette. So we know the bakery box palettes. Ooh, I don't want that. I know the bakery box palette's working. Yeah, fill unit index is 1. Now if I take the tension belts off completely, it's still going to throw an error. It's going to tell me that it's missing tension belt nodes. Let's get rid of the tension belts there. Let's get rid of the tension belts here. And then let's save that. Let's get rid of the tension belts. And let's save that. And it's probably either not going to auto load. Let's see if it's going to run. Let's see if we can get it to work without throwing an error. I really miss FS19 in the way of modding. Modding for 19 was a lot of fun. Modding for 22 is a pain in the ass, and it's full of stress, and I don't need it in my life right now. You have no idea how much I just want to shut down. And it's not because I can't get the palettes to work, because it's everything you try to do in 22, you're smashing your head off the wall all day long. Like, it's literally not fun to mod for 22. Alright, let's make these so they don't pop out. And what's the verdict going to be? I don't know what the fill unit index refers to. I never mess with it. I usually just copy whatever another palette has. The cement palette's the only one that's the tension belts are working properly. CPU mesh flag. I have no idea. I think it's I'm going to get rid of it. We're going to take that palette out of the factory and see what it does. We're going to rebuild the factory. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go into the mod description. We're going to delete the barrier palette. We're going to go into the cement factory. We're going to go into palettes. We are going to delete the barrier palette, which means I no longer need plastic, so I can get rid of plastic. So that can go. My mod description, the plastic palette can go. So we can get rid of that. We go into the fill types and we eliminate plastic. We eliminate the barrier. And then we eliminate plastic. We eliminate barrier. We eliminate plastic and barrier. That's it from there. And then we open up the cement factory. Alright, we get rid of the barrier. And now we're going to make concrete. We're going to make blocks and pavers. So I can get rid of plastic here. I can get rid of Oh, just plastic there. And then down here I can get rid of plastic, and I can get rid of barrier. Let's save it. Now that's going to mess up my both. Hold on, before I zip this up and put it back into my mods folder, we have to go in. We have to sell both of the factories off, or it's going to throw. It's going to. If not, it's going to corrupt my save game. So let's sell both cement factories off. Well, here's what I can do. We could take that no man's land map, and we can just delete that save. Let's go into save game 9. We have to sell the cement factory off and retest it. Yeah, it's got to be something with the shape that it's just not going to let it work. Now, if I can find a different barrier down the road, then I can add it back into the factory. I can add something into the factory without it and have it work with an existing save. I cannot take something out of the factory and have it work with an existing save. It'll corrupt your save game. So let's sell, wrong one. Let's sell this off. And then let's save this. Alright, now let's go back into our cement factory. Okay, so I got rid of the plastic palette, I got rid of the barrier palette. We don't need the HUDs anymore. I can get rid of the barrier HUD. I can get rid of the plastic HUD. So let me just double check, make sure I have everything fixed. Because we took the 2 pallets out of there. We took everything out of here. So by eliminate, yep, and then we took everything out of here. So we're going to have concrete block and paver. Alright, so let's check this now without the barrier. So cement factory with just cement block and paver. Now I could try something else. We can maybe do like a sewer pipe. Let me look at something. Let's test this first without that barrier and see if we get the same error, if that took care of the error. And then we can look at making maybe like a sewer pipe or something instead of the barrier. Let's go into save game 9. And let's put the factory back down. Where is a good place to find these models? I go through all the base game maps and I just pull random buildings out and I just piece them together like I did this morning to make a factory out of them. If you're going to pull something out of somebody else's map, then you need to get permission from them. But I've been pulling everything out of base game. All 3 maps I've been pulling stuff out of. Alright, construction, production. Let me turn my camera back around. And let's put the concrete factory back down. Alright, so let's cheat in. Let's cheat in some pallets. And we'll cheat in some sacks. I guess my questions and comments, oh, sorry, weren't important enough to be addressed. I'll be glad to pass on your help you gave out to help as soon as Papa gets out of the hospital. Sorry, I've been trying to work on an issue, PA plugger. I was ignoring chat. Yeah, Papa is under the weather. I talked to him this morning. Guess my Yeah, I was talking to Papa this morning, so I do apologize. Let me scroll back in comments to see what I missed. Looking for a multi-fruit map to test Papa's mods on because he's in the hospital. You can use my map, you can use PV. I think Uncharted map is out, but I don't know where you get it from. Alright, so what else are we missing? We have sacks, we have pallets, so water and diesel. PV is out. PV is out of the question. The only other multi-fruit map I know of is Wild West or my map. I don't know of any other map that has extra fruits on it. Yeah, you can definitely use my map. The only extra fruits it has on it is the rye, the rice, the carrot. What am I missing? Rye, rice, carrot, and I want to say millet. Wild West has problems. I threw Wild West in my... Yeah, I was on the Wild West map before the update, and I didn't see any errors in the log. Let's grab some diesel. Let's grab some water. Yeah, the Wild West map and my map have peanuts. No, my map doesn't have peanuts. I couldn't get peanuts to work, so I put them in a greenhouse. Yeah, I think it's rye, rice, millet, and carrot. I was looking for one that survived the update without errors. Mine's throwing one warning with the fish processing, but it's not game breaking. I just need to find a fix for it. I tried a few things last night, but I couldn't get the warning to go away. I'm going to have to rebuild. I'm going to have to completely rebuild the XML for the fish processing in order to get the error to go away. Not even an error. I need to get the warning to go away. Alright, let's throw in, what do we need? We need sand, gravel, limestone. Limestone. Sand and gravel. Gravel. Sand. And the dog let himself in again. Let me just push the door closed all the way so it doesn't pick up the TV. Because I don't want a copyright strike when I upload this to YouTube. Alright. So we should have everything the factory needs. Hi, they're on storing, so let's grab a little bit of time. Oh, hold on. We didn't activate the factory. Old man, concrete, and goods. Alright, now we can forward time. Okay, why am I getting no pavers? Maybe it's the paver palette that was messed up, because I'm not getting pavers to come out. Why am I not getting pavers? I'm only getting blocks. So maybe it was the paver palette that was messed up, and not the barrier palette. Nope, CPU mesh has gone away, but what's wrong with the paver palette? Why am I not getting pavers? Invalid fill type barrier. Oh, did I take the wrong one out? I might have taken the wrong one out. Yeah, I have to wait 24 hours before I can upload it. I can export it out of Twitch into YouTube. So I usually give it 2 days. Invalid fill type barrier. What did I do? Did I take the wrong one out? We have concrete, we have block, we have paver. We have concrete, we have block, we have paver. I don't see unload trigger. Oh, the market sell point. Yeah, that I know. But why am I not getting a paver palette? Why am I not getting a paver palette all of a sudden? And I just exited without saving. So we're going to have to go back in and do all that again. Why am I not getting a paver palette, and why am I not getting error for the paver palette? Mod description: paver, block, concrete. Everything's fine there. Sack, sand, gravel, limestone, diesel to get concrete. We're getting 100% block, 100% paver. Pallets, water, diesel, sacks, sand, gravel, limestone, concrete, block, paver. Why was the paver palette not spawning out? Let's look at the XML. Paver palette. Paver palette i3D. Paver. Okay, so the paver palette was the one that was spawning out. The block palette was the one that was not spawning out. Block palette there. Block palette there. Block there. Yeah, it's the one that's more tan. Why was this palette not spawning out all of a sudden? And then why is everything I do today go in the shit? I have those days where it takes. I have days where I can get everything right the first time, and I have days where it takes 50 tries to get shit done the first time. And today's one of those days where it's going to take 50 tries to get shit done right the first time. Alright, so unfortunately I did exit without saving, so we're going to have to do this again. So let's throw the cement factory back down. I hate when it spins your camera around like that. Alright, so let's cheat in palettes, and sacks. Yeah, if I wasn't live streaming, I would have said to hell with it and not finished this factory today. But unfortunately, it's becoming less and less fun to mod for 22. Alright, let's grab some... Let's try this again. Water... let's grab diesel. And then let's grab this guy. All right. Limestone. Did I pass sand? And I need some gravel. Right, let me do a quick save. So I have a habit of, when I'm testing, to exit without saving. Alright, so that should have all the inputs it does. Let's activate these. Now I should get concrete blocks and pavers because we have all of the inputs. And they should all be on storing, so they should all... I'm getting one, but not the other. I'm getting the block, I'm getting the paver, but not the block. So why am I getting the paver and not the block? Just by eliminating so why no block? Why no block? This entire factory may go in the trash can today. Why am I getting one palette now, not the other? The only error I'm getting is the auto load trailer. Alright, so let's go back into, close that, let's close that. Let's go back into here. Let's separate them out. Let's call this one block. And let's get rid of the paver there. Let's call this one paver. Let's call this one paver. And let's get rid of block. So we have palettes, water, diesel, limestone, sand, gravel, sacks. All my inputs are correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then concrete, block, and paver. Alright, so concrete's its own production line now, block is its own production line, and paver is now its own production line. But I'm going to, again, it's going to corrupt the save game, so I'm going to have to go in and sell that concrete factory off before we put the new one down. So we have block, we have paver, we have concrete. I have block, I have paver, I have concrete in here along with pallets and sacks. So everything in there looks good. Let's sell that concrete factory off again before we put the new one down. It's much easier to build in the fill types into the map than it is to build them into the factory. Alright, let's sell this one off. Oop. Hang on, I got someone knocking on my door. Alright, sorry about that. I had someone knocking on my door. Alright, let's get this guy out of the trigger. And we'll sell this factory off. And we'll try it one more time. Yeah, I have no idea why the palette won't spawn out now. Alright, let's save this. Alright, so let's go back into the cement factory. What's really weird, it's not throwing any errors in the log. It's just not spawning out. Did I leave the right HUD in? We have the block. We have the paver. We have the concrete. Yeah, I left the correct HUD in. Let me check one more thing real quick. Let me make sure I didn't miss any brackets. So we have pallets, we have water, we have diesel, we have sacks, sand, gravel. So I want to see purple at the beginning and I want to see purple at the end. We have our block, we have our paver, and we have our fill types, which should be all of them. Yeah, so that looks right. I'm not missing any brackets. Alright, copy, paste, and one last time. If not, I'm going to say the hell with this factory. And I'll let it sit for a day or two and I'll come back to it. Alright. Because I'm tired of putting this factory down and filling it. Nope, went too far. Alright, let's try that again. Let's throw in some sacks and pallets. They're not going to unload because they're sitting on their side. Oh my goodness. They're probably not going to auto-load either because they're sitting on their side. Am I on Euro Palette? We're on Euro Palette. Alright, let's try that again. Yeah, the trigger won't take them if they're sitting on their side. And now this truck's going to be in the way. Alright, let's get some pallets in here now. Oh, come on. Yeah, it didn't matter in 19. The pallet could be on its side, upside down, but the triggers in 22 are a pain in the ass. They won't load if the pallet's not sitting on the ground. Or right side up, I should say. Let's throw diesel in there. Let's grab some water. Yeah, y'all have no idea how much I miss the global company script. It was so much easier to work with. Limestone. Gravel. I'm not sure what global company's doing. I don't think they're working with Giants this year. And global company, Giants won't work with global company because the global company script won't work on consoles. And Giants has the bug up their ass this year about catering to the console players. Alright, let me do a quick save. Oh, no, I don't want to quit. I just wanted to save. Alright, let's try this again. Let's... Oh, hold on. Got to activate the factory. Alright, activate, activate, activate. No paver palette. Why am I not getting pavers? It's making everything but pavers. Why is it not making pavers? Why did it stop making pavers when I eliminated barriers? And there's no errors in the log to tell me why. Yeah, no error in the log as to why the Paver palette all of a sudden stopped working. Alright, let's do this. Let's go into Mat. Let's go in here. Let me go Control Find Paver. So it's Paver singular. So if we go into mod, let's go into the cement factory. It is Paver singular. It is Paver singular. So everything is right there. It's Paver singular. So that's not messed up. If we go into our mod description, we have the block palette. We have the Paver Palette XML. That's correct. I have in the cement factory under palettes, we have the Paver palette matches the XML mod description. We have the Paver palette i3D. Okay, that's the one that is spawning out. It's the block palette that's not spawning out. The block palette is the one that looks more yellow. Did we mess with this palette at all? We did. Hold on. Here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do first. Let's go back into the base map. Let's open up Ritchie's Creek. Let's go to palettes. Let's grab the block palette. And let's go File, Export. Let's go into the cement factory. I'm going to override the block palette. I'm going to override the Paver palette. Oh, let's grab the block palette. Let's copy this XML. Let's overwrite this one. So replace the XML. Let's replace the Paver palette. Just in case I mess something up with the palettes in the factory. Let's override the Paver palette. And let's grab the Paver palette XML. And let's put that back into the factory. Alright, so we replaced the Paver and replaced the block. So let's see if that is going to fix it. Let's try that. I don't know why all of a sudden this palette stopped working. Save game 9. At least we don't have to refill the factory this time. And I have to open the cell point back up, and I have to take the barrier out of it. Because we're not using it, it's going to throw a fill type error. Alright, let's see what you're going to spawn out this time. Let me make sure they're activated. They're not. Am I going to get 3 different palettes this time? No, it's not spawning out the block palette. Why all of a sudden will it not spawn out the block palette? Oh, there it is. I'm getting block. I'm getting concrete. And we're getting Paver. So Paver, concrete, block. Okay, so we have all three palettes now. Let's see if they're going to auto load this time. And we'll see if we got rid of the tension belt node error. It's glad to see how fast you go through the file to get it sorted out. I've been doing this for I built so many factories that it's usually something stupid that I overlooked. Oh, hold on, I gotta change this to distribute and not, so they don't spawn their asses back out. Let's change this back to distributing. If not, they're gonna keep popping out as I'm trying to auto load. It's usually something stupid that I miss that causes it, that usually throws the error. Alright, now let's see if we have no tension belt errors. Oh, CPU mesh flag. So it's not the barrier palette. It's got to be one of these three palettes throwing CPU mesh flags. I'm completely lost as to what palette's messed up. Because the block palette and the paver palette are identical. The concrete palette is the sax palette. I have no idea what palette's messed up. The only thing we can do now is spawn them out one at a time to see which one is going to throw the error. So let's look at the block palette, let's look at the paver palette. So let's go back into palettes. Let's open up the block palette. Let's open up the paver palette. Alright, so let's look at, which one are you? You're the paver palette. You were the one that was spawning out first. Alright, so we have, block 1. LOD is checked, but rigid body is not. So let's look at the block palette. You were the one that was not spawning out at first. This one has LOD checked, no rigid body, so they're the same. What's my error? Could not find shape LOD1. So I don't think the barrier palette was messed up. I think these two palettes are messed up because there's an LOD0 and an LOD1. I'm using the LOD1 as my tension belt, but I may have to put in a different tension belt node. Could not find shape for LOD1. So can I use the block? Alright, so what is LOD1? LOD1, that's LOD0. LOD1 is the collision. Let's eliminate the collisions. Let's get rid of the collisions. So if I use the block, what is this? This is the block palette. Let me open up the block palette XML. So let's use, so block 1 should be 0, 2, 0, and 0. So block 1 is going to be 0, 2, 0, and 0. Let's use that for the tension belt, which is 0, 2, 0, and 0. So I just need to change all of these to a 0. And if this works, we'll put the barrier back in. And we'll try and get the barrier working. So if that works for this palette, let's save that. And this one's the block. So let's go to the paver. And we'll do the same thing. Let's eliminate LOD1 because that's what's given us the error. It's never taken me this long to build a factory and get all the errors out before. So this is, let's save that. Alright, so this is the Pavers palette. So let's go into the Pavers palette. And we have to change all of these to 0. Let's save that. Let's see if that gets rid of our issue. If I open up my recycle bin, there's probably like 17 cement factories in here. Alright, let's try this again. Alright, let's go to the mods folder. Let's copy that into here. And see if we get rid of the issues. It's great to see how, oh, already, sorry, caught that one. Alright, career, save game, 9. If this works, I'm gonna try putting the barrier back in. Alright, so we should have, let's activate them. Now, am I going to get the 3 pallets this time? I am, I think. Nope, block is still not spawned. Yeah, it is. Let's take this, distributing. So I don't want any more spawning out. So we have the paver, we have our concrete, and we have our block. Tension belts, which they're working for the concrete, they're not working for the blocks and pavers. So there's probably going to still be an error. CPU mesh flag, I have no idea. Now it's telling me LOD0 is a wrong shape. Yeah, I'm going to probably put this factory on hold for a couple days because it's got me royally pissed off. So now it doesn't like LOD0. I can't eliminate LOD0 because that's going to eliminate the let's look at the one on top. So we have block 7. So right now I have it pointing to this. What if I point it to this? Hold on, let's just re-i3D map this a minute. Let me close this without making any changes to it. Let me try one other thing, and I have no idea what else to do. Alright, let's take this guy, and let's rename it block 1. And then let's go edit, cut, and paste. Now, see, it's going to completely mess it up. So let's start at the top and work our way down. Alright, let's block. Alright, so let's start with number 8. Or start with number 7. Alright, so I'm going to rename this block 7. I'm going to go edit, cut. I'm going to take it out of that transform group. And it's going to completely mess it up, which is fine. Because then all I have to do is resize it. Now we eliminate that, so this is now block 7. But now we're too thick, so I got to thin it down a little bit. Hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you're number 7. But my height has to be the same. So let me import in the Paver palette because it can't be any taller than that. So if we take block 7, I think we're at the right height. Where's block 7? So there's block 7. Yeah, so it's at the right height. Alright, so let's delete that palette out. Alright, so block 7 should be fixed. Might be a little thick. Oh, I missed the bling. I didn't catch it on my screen and it didn't pop up in chat. If it's a new follow, I apologize, I didn't catch your name. Alright, so let's eliminate block 6. Let's take block 7. Let's duplicate it. Let's call it block 6. And let's pull it down. Let me go down on my speed to like 1. It still looks a little thick. Let me just thin it up a little bit. Alright, so we take block 5. We'll eliminate it. We'll take block 6. I'm going to duplicate it. Let's make it block 5. And let's bring it down. Warlord. Warlord Sully Gaming, it's just me, Sully. Thank you for stopping in, much appreciated. Alright, so let's take block 4, let's eliminate it. Let's take block 5, let's duplicate it, let's call it block 4, and let's pull that down. And then we'll take block 3, we'll eliminate it. Let's duplicate that one, we'll call it block 3. And we'll pull it down. Now we're going to have to make collisions for each of these blocks. So let's take block 2. We'll eliminate that. We'll take block 3. Duplicate it. We'll call it block 2. And we'll pull that one down. And then we'll take block 1, let's duplicate that, or delete that one, take block 2, let's duplicate it, we'll call it block 1, pull it down. Been doing Richie's Creek and really enjoying it, thank you very much. Let's move this up. Let's move 2 up. Trying to build a placeable cement factory, but it's been giving me problems all day long. Let's take number 4. Let's take number 5. And we'll take number 6. Alright, we'll save that. Now, we need a collision. In order for the tension belts to work. If we get any flickering in-game with these palettes, I'm going to have to come in and adjust the heights of each one of these. Let's create... let's create a do I want to create a cube, or do I want to pull a collision out of one of my other palettes that's already working? I want to pull a collision out of one of my palettes that's already working. Let's go File, Import. I'm going to import in mods, Richie's Creek palettes. I'm going to pull the bakery box palette in because I know that collision's working. So I'm going to grab bakery box collision, it doesn't matter, 8. I'm going to go edit, cut, and paste. I'm going to delete the bakery box back out. So we should have this collision. I need to make it about the same size as this block. And so So about there. Let's slide it out a little bit. Let's make it a little bit taller. Alright, so that is going to be, let's call it bakery, let's call it collision. This is number 7 because it's the one on top. They're numbered from bottom to top. Alright, let's duplicate that one. We'll call it number 6. We'll slide it down to that one. Make it a little bit thinner. Alright, I'll duplicate that one. We'll call it number 5. Duplicate it again. We'll call it number 4. I'll duplicate it again. We'll call it number 3. Call it number 2. And we'll duplicate it again. We'll call it number 1. Alright, so that's the blocks rebuilt. That's, yeah, I think we're going to get some flickering in games. Let me just make these a hair shorter so they're not overlapping. Or I should say a hair not as tall. So let's go to number 2. Shorten that up a little bit. Shorten number 3 up a little bit. Five, 6, and then 7. Which one is just a hair? This one needs to go just a little bit taller. Alright, so let's take our collisions and let's move this one up. I'll take number 2. Number 3. So if I don't renumber these, they'll unload from the bottom to the top instead of the top to the bottom. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Alright, let's save that. And then this is the block palette. So let's go to the block palette XML. And now you are 0, 2, and 0. You should be 0, 2, and 1. So now let's take this guy and so our tension belt 1 is this guy, and then tension belt 2 is here. So just the last number is going to change. Does that go to 4? It does go to 4. Okay, so let me paste these in. and then just renumber them. So you go to 4, you go to 5, you go to 6, you go to 7, and you go to 8. So the last one should be 0, 3, and 8. It is. All right. Let's save that. Now, do these have visibility, no rigid body? All right. So that's the block palette rebuilt. Let's rebuild the Paver palette the same way. Alright, so let's open this up. Content. Let's start on the top. Let's take this one. Let's call it block 1. Actually, let's make it so I know which one's throwing errors. Let's call this one block 8. And let's go edit, cut, and paste. And then, how's my thickness? Is it about the same? No, it's going to be too thick. So let's take it, let's bring this down, bring this down, about there. And you go, alright, you go about there. And then we can eliminate block 7. Alright, so that was number 8. I'm going to let's duplicate it. Let's call it block 9. This way I'll know which one, or if they're both throwing errors, they'll be numbered differently. Let's delete that one. Duplicate this one. We'll call it block 10. Actually, let's do it this way. Let's call it block, what is this, Paver? Let's call it P1. Let's call this one P2. We'll call this one P3. Alright, so that one goes here. And then we'll delete that one. Duplicate that one. We'll call it P4. Let's delete that one. Duplicate that one. We'll call it P5. Delete that one. We'll call it P6. And then we'll delete that one. call it P7. And then we're going to have to rearrange them in P3 and then P2. Alright, let's save that. Now we need the collision. So let's go File, Import. Let's bring that bakery box palette back in. I'm going to steal, doesn't matter, collision 1. And then I'm going to delete that palette back out. So let's look at collision 1. So collision 1, so block 1's up top. I think they're numbered backwards. I'm going to have to go back and double check. Alright, so that's going to be collision 1, which goes with block 1, but I may have them backwards. Let me look at something real quick. Palettes, bakery box palette. Are they numbered 1 through 7 from top to bottom, or are they 7 to 1 from top to bottom? So they're 1 through 8, so that's number 1 should be on top. Or they unload backwards. So I think I messed that up. I did. I had them right the first time. Well, we'll see how they unload in game. If I have to, I can switch them back. Alright, so you're block 1, or you're collision 1. Just slide it out this way just a hair. Oh, I don't want to do that. Alright, so collision 1, or tension belt 1. Let's duplicate that. Let's call it 2. So if they unload backwards, we'll just have to go in and reverse the order. Duplicate that. We'll call it 3. Duplicate that. We'll call it 4. Duplicate that, we'll call it 5. We'll call it 6. And we'll call it one more time, we'll call it number 7. But let's save that. Actually, I don't want to go off the bakery box. That's an in-game palette. Let me look at my palette of palettes and see how they're numbered. Sometimes you have to number them 1 through 7 or 8, and then sometimes you have to number them 8 to 0, because if not, they unload backwards. They unload from bottom to top instead of top to bottom. So as they're selling, or as they're going into a factory, the bottom pallet will unload, and they'll unload their way up instead of unloading their way down. How are these numbered? 1 through 4. Okay. So these are 1 through 7. I'm wondering if let me just reverse these again. So 1. If they unload backwards, we'll have to come back and switch them. 2. 3. 4, 5, 6, and 7. Alright, let's save that. This is the Paver palette. So we could take the block palette, just copy that over here. So all my i3Ds should be the same. So that should be both palettes rebuilt. One of them's numbered 1 through 7. I think the other one is numbered 7 to 1. So that was the Paver. Let's look back at the block. So I want to add a palette to a placeable just as decoration. Would that still require a collision? No, just turn a rigid body on. You won't need a collision. If not, you'll be able to like walk right through it or drive right through it. Alright, so this one's numbered 1 through 7. This one's numbered 1 through 7. Okay. Let's try this. Let's go into mods. Alright, so copy and paste. I'm really hoping it works this time because I'm so tired of messing with palettes today. Alright, so what's the verdict going to be? Let's activate and grab some time. Nope, collisions or something's messed up on them. They're still going to throw errors. They're not sitting flat on the ground. Yep, collisions are messed up. I'm going to quit for the day. I'm not messing with these palettes anymore today. Yeah, see the collisions are all messed up on them still. I don't know what else to do with these palettes to make them work. All I know are palettes are so much harder in 22 than they were in 19. And you can't see that collision in the editor. You can only see that collision when you take it back and put it back in the game. Yeah, so you can't see that extra collision in the editor. There's no way to look at it in the editor. Try one more thing and I'm going to call it done. Let's create a cube. I'm going to make it the same size as one of the pavers. A little bit more narrow. Alright, let me just make it just a hair wider. Alright, let's do this. Let's go File, Export Selection with Files. I'm going to go Desktop, Today, and I'm just going to call it, what is this, the block? Let's call it B1. Let's go into my textures. I have no idea if this is going to work or not. Now I'm just grasping at straws. Let's grab the Paver. Let's copy that. It's already in there. Okay. Let's look at B1. Yeah, the collisions, you don't know it until you actually go and put it in game. There's no way of seeing it in the editor that I know of. So if I grab this block, and this is probably not going to work, but I just want to try something. Let me go into textures. Let me grab that guy. I knew that was going to happen. Alright, let's do this. Let's open this up. Alright, let's grab this guy here. Copy and paste. Paste. Oop, I didn't copy it. Paste. Paste. All right, now let's go copy and paste. And let's go File, Save As. Let's call it Paving 3. Alright, so let's go into, let's open this block back up, which was B1. Yeah, it wasn't the collision, it was the block itself that wasn't adjusting properly. Alright, let's take this guy. Let's see what this looks like now with... Oh, where's my texture? I didn't save my texture. Where does my texture go? Oh, I think I changed it in here. I did. Let's copy that over to here. Let's do that again. Let's grab this guy. Let's grab this guy. Alright, so that's going to be our new block. So let's save that. And let's go File, Export Selection with Files, and let's call it B2. And let's close that one. And then we'll take this same texture. Let's back these changes out. And then let's grab this guy. And let's go copy and paste. Let's go paste. It moved on me as I let it go. Let's go File, Save As, Paving 4. And then let's open up B2. They're done that way because they're made in Giants Editor, or they're made in Blender. So the one texture could be used on 6 different i3Ds. That's why they're that way. But I don't know how to use Blender. Oh, and once again, it went into the wrong folder. So we copy that into here. And then let's go into here. And let's go into here. And let's save that. All right. Now let's go back into here. And let's delete that cube out. Let's go File, Import. Let's bring in block 1. Let's call it block 1. And let's go Edit, Cut, and Paste. Take block 1, which is on the bottom. Crap. So block 1 needs to be on the bottom. That's alright. I like building them from the top down, so let's call it block 7. And we'll delete block 7. So that's our new block 7. And we'll take block 6, we'll eliminate it. We'll take this guy, we'll duplicate it, and we'll call it block 6. And we'll move it down. And then we'll delete block 5. Let's duplicate that one. And we'll bring that one down. We'll delete number 4. Let's duplicate that. We'll call it number 4. And then we'll delete number 3. Let's duplicate that. You become block 3. We'll get rid of number 2. Duplicate it. You become number 2. And then we'll take block 1. Get rid of that. Let's duplicate that. We'll call it block 1. Alright, and now let's go move up. And then number 2. And then 3. 4. 5. 6 and 7. Let's save those. Now our collision should still be there. They are. Alright, so let's save this one. So this should be our block palette. If this doesn't work, I have no idea what else to do. So let's open up. Oh, I got to move it back over here. So let's go into here. Or was that our block palette? Let me look over here. Yeah, that's our new block palette. That's our new block palette. Let's open up the Pavers palette. Yeah, if you want to change textures, it's just as simple as what I just did. Alright. Why does that have an extra collision on the top? I don't know. Content, block 7 is on, nope. Yeah, these are definitely backwards. They should be 7 to 1. So that should be block 7. Let's go File, Import. I'm going to bring in B2, but I'm going to call it, this is the Paver. I'm going to call it P7. And let's go Edit, Cut, and Paste. So 7 should be on top. Let's eliminate. Yes, these are backwards. So let me delete 1 and replace it with 7. So that should be block 7. And then let me eliminate 2 because it should be block 6. So I'm going to duplicate that. Let's call it P6. We'll bring it down. And then we'll delete number 3. Let's duplicate that, and it should be number 5. I thought these were backwards when I built this palette. Alright, let's delete this one. Duplicate that, it should be P4. And let's get rid of that one. Let's duplicate it, it should be P3. And then get rid of that one. Duplicate this. This should be P2. And then we'll get rid of this one. And it should be, let's duplicate it. This should be P1. And then let's move these up. Alright, so 1 through 7. Alright, let's save that. So that should be our 2 new palettes. Now, if these work without any errors, I'm going to try bringing the barrier palette back in. So let's do this again. Delete this one. Hold on, let me check my textures. Nope. Save that. And then the Paver palette. So it was going to pull it from my desktop. Let's fix that one. So I should have both paving 3 and paving 4 in here already. So paving 4 and paving 3 are already in there. So cement factory, let's zip this back up. and copy and paste. The 107th time is the charm, because I think that's how many we have to go. We have to go into my recycle bin and see how many times we rebuilt this factory today. It's got to be at least 25 deleted copies in there. They should unload from, like, the first layer should disappear, then the second layer should disappear. They should unload from top to bottom, and if you have them backwards in the i3D, you'll see them unloading from bottom to top. And then all you have to do is go in and reverse the order. And we won't know if they're going to work until we take them to the cell point and see which way they disappear. From top to bottom or from bottom to top. Alright, so activate, activate, activate. Nope, collisions are still messed up. Collisions are still messed up. I thought it was the block. I didn't think it was the collision. Oh, this is so aggravating. I like the new textures better anyway. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. Let's go into the collisions. Let's delete them. So I shouldn't have any other collisions in the i3D. So let's take block 1. I'm going to duplicate it. And we're going to call it C1 for the collision. And I'm just going to make it invisible. And we'll take block 2. Let's duplicate it. Let's call it C2. And make it invisible. And then we'll do number 3. We'll call it C3. And we'll make it invisible. So number 4, let's duplicate that. We'll call it C4. Let's take number 5. Let's duplicate that. Let's call it C5. Make it invisible. Let's duplicate that. We'll call it C6. And we'll take block 7. Let's duplicate it. Let's call it C7. Let's save that, and then we have to go and renumber them in here. So this is the block palette. So 0, 2, and 7. Let me grab this. So this is going to be 10. Yeah, we got to replace the tension belts. So the first one was number 7. So you are 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. So the last collision should be 0, 2, and 13. It is. I'll save that. So this was the block palette. Let's go into the Paver palette. And let's go into the collisions and let's delete out the collisions, and then I'll start at the bottom. So let's duplicate that. Let's call it C1 for collision 1. Call this one C2. Yeah, if this doesn't work, I'm completely lost. C3. Duplicate that. Be C4. Let's duplicate that. We'll call it C5. Let's duplicate that. We'll call it C6. And then the last one, we'll call it C7. Make it invisible. Alright, so that should be our palettes. Fixed for the 110th time. You know, we have to change our Paver palette. Let's grab our block palette because they're all the same. So let's copy that into here. So I don't have to renumber the i3D pathing. Alright, block palette, Paver palette. Let's delete this. Let's zip it back up. So copy and paste. Yeah, if they're still broken this time, I'm going to call it a stream and just not mess with this anymore today. Now we know that the blocks and the pavers were giving us the hard time. I can probably put the barrier back in. Alright, so activate, activate, activate. 360 speed. Alright, now they're spawning in properly. But I'm only getting the one. Let me take the paver distributing. So I want it to, and let me take the concrete. Am I not? Oh, the now see now that the spawner's full. No, we did get blocks and pavers. Okay, so let's do this. Change this one to distributing. So we have our block. We have our paver. Okay, this one says block. Does this one say Paver? This one says Paver. Now, how do the collisions look? Collisions are fixed. Alright, let's see. Now, the next test is, will they auto-load and will they strap? And then we got to check the log for errors and see if we're getting tension belt errors again. Alright, so let us, will they strap? No, they're not, they're still not strapping properly. So I'm probably going to get tension belt problem. There's probably going to be a tension belt error again. Yep. I have no idea. I'm getting tension belt errors on, doesn't like the collisions. I have no idea what else to do to make these palettes work. Now, the only thing I could think of, did I not save the i3D? I did save the i3D. I just didn't close it. Yeah, I have no idea why it doesn't like the collisions. Let's go to the block palette. Let's take the tension belt nodes off. Tension belt nodes off of there. Let's take the tension belt nodes off of here. Alright, let's save that. So we'll take the tension belt nodes completely off the palette. Since they're not strapping down properly anyway. I wonder if they changed anything in the update with the tension belts and palettes. I'm going to have to learn Blender so I can build my palettes in Blender and then export them into Giants Engine. or export them out of Blender as an i3D into Giants, I should say. So it seems like that's going to be the only way to build palettes for 22 is to do them properly in Blender. Still not getting all the palettes to spawn out. So they should spawn. Oh, there we go. They're still not spawning out properly. Alright, no weird collisions. But if this doesn't work, I'm done messing with these today. Oh, did not want to do that. Yeah, see, they're still not tensioning belt down. Missing CPU mesh. See, now it's telling me it can't load the shape because it's missing the mesh. So let's go into the i3D. And one last thing, and then I have absolutely no idea how to fix these palettes. Let's get rid of that one through that one. Let's delete those out and save it. And then let's go into the Paver palette. And let's take this one through this one. Let's delete those out and we'll save it. And then let's go into the block palette. And let's delete these out. Save that one. Let's go to the Paver palette. Just take the tension belt completely out. And we'll save that one. Alright. Delete that one. And copy. Paste. T-Long65, hello. Thanks for stopping in, much appreciated. I'm having palette problems all day long. Can't get these palettes to work today without throwing a warning or an error. These are the first palettes I've built since the update. Alright, so let's activate concrete, block, and Paver. Nope, they're still not spawning out properly. Let's turn these to distributing, distributing, distributing. So we have our block. That one's the paver. We have our concrete, and we have our block. But again, they're still not spawning out properly. So we'll see what kind of error they throw this time. So they're not going to strap down because I took the tension belt nodes out. So they're not going to strap up and over the palette, but let's see what kind of errors we're getting this time. It's missing CP. I have no idea why this error won't go away. I took the tension belt nodes completely out of the i3D and completely out of the XML. So why is it still throwing errors? I don't understand why it's throwing an error when it doesn't even exist any longer. I'm going to try. I don't know what else to do other than sell this off and put another one down. But why it's throwing that error when there's nothing left? So I'm getting a... We eliminated P1 through... We eliminated all the P1s. So we've... I have no idea why these palettes won't work today. Because I'm getting an error and they don't even exist in the palette anymore. Am I updating the correct file? Yes, external mod cement factory palettes. That's the correct file. And I only have one cement factory in my mods folder, correct? Yes. I have no idea why we're getting this error when they don't even exist in the i3D anymore. Don't know what else to do to try and make these palettes work. because the P1 through 4 doesn't even exist in the palette any longer. There's no rigid body. So let's look at one more thing. So let's open up, let's go File, Import. Let's go Documents, My Games, Mods, Ritchie's Creek Palettes. We know the Bakery Box palette works, so I'm going to open that up. I'm just going to stick it here for a minute. So my content, so Bakery Box 1, no LOD, no rigid body. Alright, so the shape, check, skip, 1, 2, skip, 1, skip 2, and 1. So it's check, skip 2, and 1. Right? No LOD, no rigid body. No LOD, no rigid body. And now my shape should match the bakery box. Alright, so it's check, skip 1, and then the last one. Check, and check, and check. And then check, and check. We'll delete that one out, and we'll save it. This was the Paver. Oh, let's open up the block. So no LOD, no rigid body. Check, skip 1, check the last one. Save that. And then let me check one other I want to check one more palette. Ritchie's Creek Palettes. I want to look at the palettes of palettes. So, no rigid body, no LOD. Check, skip 1, check, but it doesn't have tangents checked. And then this is the tension belt, which we took the tension belts out of the palette altogether. So copy, paste. Tick the CPU mesh, then try again since you've done all. Yeah, we'll do that. Let me try this first, and then we'll tick the CPU mesh. I don't know what else to try. I'm at a complete loss at this point. Have a question about FS22 TEM. So you the yeah, okay. I'm not going to try and pronounce the rest of that. What is your question about FS22? The way my day is going today, I don't know if I would trust me to answer any questions today because I can't get simple palettes to work today. So activate, activate, activate. And then let's go. Nope, they're still not spawning in right. Still not spawning in right. So there's still something messed up with these palettes. Now let's change these to distributing. How do you put water in the stone crusher? Fill a tanker and it should take it. I can jump on my other map real quick and show you. The stone... Now, what do you say by stone crusher? I have a stone pit, I have a stone processing, and I have a wash plant. So, which one of the three is it? Yeah, I don't expect that error to go away because they didn't spawn into the game properly. You should spawn one of each palette in before it double spawns a palette. Yeah, CPU mesh flag. So let me get out of here. Stone crusher. I don't have a stone crusher. I have a stone pit, I have a stone processing plant, and I have a wash plant, but I've never made a stone crusher. Alright, so one last thing to try. Let's go back into palettes, block palette. Let's go into block 1 and let's check CPU mesh. See, CPU mesh is checked. Some of them are messed up. save that. It's how you get lime without buying. Oh, the stone processing plant. It should be the same trigger you drop the stones off at. I took the tension belt nodes out of the blocks and the pavers. So the blocks in the paver palette has no tension belt nodes at all. But yeah, give me a second, I can jump into the other map real quick. So if I check it on one, it seems to check it on a lot of them. Let me save that. You give me 1 second, I could jump into the other map. Let me delete this. Copy and paste. Never mind, it's working today. Must have had an update. Yeah, that is definitely weird. Well, glad it is working for you. If this doesn't work, I'm going to call it, guys. I have no idea what else to do to this to make these palettes work. And I am done messing with them today. They're no different than 100 palettes I've built already for the game. Oh, thank you. Yeah, you're more than welcome. I didn't help, but I'm glad it worked out. All right. Activate, activate, activate. Okay, now they're spawning in properly. I'm getting 1, 1, and 1, 1, 1, and 1 like I should. Now they're spawning in properly. I have a good feeling the errors are gone this time. So let's change this to distributing, distributing, and distributing. I have a feeling all of our errors are gone this time. Okay, so now they're not going to auto-load. I'm on Euro Palette. Yep, now nothing's going to auto-load. None of them are going to auto-load. Because now they're missing the tension belt nodes. It's on Euro Palette. Okay, hold on. And L. Alright, so now let's do this. What are our chances of all of the errors in the log? Gone. but there's no tension belt node, so they're not going to strap down. They're not going to strap down up and over the palette. Alright, so let's do one more thing. Let's get out of here for a minute. You don't want to know how my day's going. I've been working on this cement plant since 7 o'clock this morning. It's now 5 o'clock. And I just now got the pallets to load without any errors. I've rebuilt, let's open this up. I've rebuilt the cement factory 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 23 times so far today. So we're on our 23rd version of the cement factory before we get the errors out. Now, can I get the tension belt nodes back in the palette and have it work? So let's try this. I'm going to go for it. Let me do this. Let me make a new folder. I'm going to call it fixed. I'm going to take the block palette. I'm going to take the block palette. I'm going to go File, Export. I'm going to put it on my desktop. Fixed. I'm going to call it block palette. And I'm going to grab the block palette XML. And then I'm going to grab the Paver palette. Yeah, the cement factories have been giving me... And normally I can build a factory in like 3 hours and have it running without any errors. I'm going on probably 10 hours. Let's call this the Paver Palette. And let's grab the Paver Palette XML. And let's save it in case I completely mess these up. Alright, let's go back into the block palette and put the tension belt nodes back on. And see if we can get them to tension belt down. Alright. So let's do this again. Let's take the content. So let's take block 1. I'm going to duplicate it. Let's call it CB for collision block 1. And I'll make them all invisible at the end. So let's take number 2. Let's duplicate that. Let's call it CB2. Let's take number 3. Duplicate that. We'll call it CB3. 4 becomes CB4. 5 becomes CB5. You become CB6. Oh, what did I do? Let me back those out because I got something messed up. Alright. So block 3 becomes CB3. So you have block 1, block 2, block 3, and then I have my what I'm going to use for collisions, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so let's take block 4, duplicate that, you become CB4. Let's take 5, become CB5, 6, become CB6, we'll take 7, oh, hold on, duplicate it first, and you become CB7. Let's make these invisible, because I want them to be my tension belt nodes. And then let's save that. Then we have to go back into the block palette. I have to open up the original block palette. Because I'm going to need to put the tension belt nodes back in. And I'm going to need to put the tension belt. We have to remap the i3D for the tension belts. So let's put these back in. And then we have to re-i3D map them. Alright, so let me grab this. Let me move it over here. And then you yeah, so let me fix this one, fix this one. So you become number 8, you become number 9, you become number 10, 11, 12, and 13. So my last tension belt node should be 0, 2, and 13. It is. Alright, let's save that. And let's make sure we have the i3D saved. We do. So that was the block palette. Let's do the Pavers palette. Let's do that the same way. At least we know it's not the block, so if it's messed up this time, it's the collision. Let's come back into here, and then we'll go duplicate. This one's the Paver. So let's go PC1. Because it's the collision. Let's take number 2, we'll duplicate it, we'll call it PC2, let's duplicate that, let's call it PC3, number 4, number 5, number 6, and then number 7. And let's save that. And then we just have to take our block texture from here, move it back over to here, and then we have to take our nodes from here and just copy them over to here. And we'll save that. That should put the tension belt nodes back on the palette. So let's delete that. Let's zip this back up. And then let's go copy, paste. Alright, let's see if it's going to work properly or if it's going to throw errors again now that we put the tension belt nodes back on. Save game 9. Let's jump back into our cement factory. Well, fortunately, we'll have a working cement plant. Unfortunately, we're not getting any work done on the 16x map today. Alright, so this should be the last time we should have to test these palettes. So activate, activate, activate. Let me take time up until we get one palette of each to spawn out. Okay, so they're spawning out properly. So let's take them to distributing. So no more spawn out. And then let's grab our truck. Now we'll see if they're going to tension belt down this time. Alright, now they're going to tension belt down like they should. They're going up and over the palette. Now the concrete palette, I'm going to have to raise that top tension up a little bit further. But now they're loading properly. $1,000,000 question. Errors in the log? No errors in the log. No errors in the log. So we have tension belts fixed on the blocks and the pavers. Let's get out of here. And then let's do one thing. Let's look at the, let me close this, I'm done with, that I'm done with. Let's go back into cement factory palettes. Let's look at the concrete palette. I'm going to see if I can raise that tension belt node up a little bit. What was it I did to make it work? At this point, I have no idea because I've tried 27 different things today. So let's look at the tension belt nodes here real quick. Okay, so the tension belt node here just has to come up a little bit. Oh, it's not wide enough. So let's just make this a little bit wider. Alright, that should be much better. Let's save that. So that should be the concrete pack. So that palette should now load a little bit better. So let's go back to today and let's look at our barrier 2 palette. And let's see if we can get our barrier palette back in the factory. Alright, so we have no rigid body, no LOD. Check, 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 and check. Check, check. That one. That one's fine. Uncheck that one. Check that one. That one looks fine. That one looks fine. Uncheck that one. And all right, let's save that. Okay, so that messed the textures up now. Alright, so something messed the texture up now. So I gotta leave non-renderable on. There. Alright, let's save that. Okay, so today put Mammoth Mill down, but need coal. Does any of your factories produce coal, or do I need a map with a mine? Go to the Trello board and download the mining mod pack. Explanation point maps. Go to the Trello board and download the mining mod pack. It has all the mines in it that you're going to need. You're going to need coal and iron. You're going to need coal and ore to run the Mammoth Mill. I'll show you the placeable mine as soon as we go back in game here in a couple minutes. Alright, so these should be the block. Let's take this. Let's go File, Export Selection with Files. Let's go back to Cement Factory. Oh, not fill planes. Palettes. Let's call this the Barrier Palette. So let's call that the Barrier Palette. And let's open it up in here. You're more than welcome. Alright, so we have our Barrier Palette here. I'm going to need the XML for the Barrier Palette. So let me go back into Ritchie's Creek palettes. Let's grab the Barrier Palette. Let's copy that back into here. And let's double check our i3D mapping. So we have 3 palettes. We should have 3 tension belts. Or I should say we have 3 items on the palette and 3 tension belts. It's got to double check the i3D mapping. So we should have 020021 and 022, 020021 and 022, and then our collision should be this number, tension belt 1. So this has to go to a 1, and this has to go to a 1. Let's save that. So we put this back in the factory, so we're going to have to add plastic back into the factory. So let's open up the refinery. Let's go to the refinery. Let's go to palettes, and let's grab the plastics palette. And let's go File, Export. Let's grab the plastic palette. Let's grab the plastic XML. And then we need to put the plastic HUD back in, and we need to put the barrier HUD back in. So let's go back into Ritchie's Creek to HUDs. I need the plastic and I need Paver. No, barrier. So I need barrier. And I need plastic. Alright, so we have those back in. We have to go to our mod description. We have to add plastic and barrier back in. So plastic and barrier. So let's add those back into the mod description. We have to add them into the factory. So let's grab Paver. Let's copy it. Add another line in, and we'll call it barrier. And we'll call this barrier. And then we're going to exchange pallets for plastic. And then we're going to change this to barrier. And then we have to add plastic as an input. And then we have to add plastic and barrier back in here. So we have to add plastic back in, and we have to add barrier back in. And since this is an input, let me drop it to 1 million. Alright, so we have them added back into the factory. Oh, we don't need sand and gravel. So plastic. We don't need sand for this. I don't need gravel for this. I don't need limestone for this. So plastic, water, and diesel is going to make our barriers. These are way too fast. These should only be at 200. Alright, so we're making our concrete, we're making our block, we're making our pavers, we're making our barrier. So I have to go back into the fill types, and we have to add our plastic back in, and we have to add our barrier back in. So let's go to map fill types, and let's grab the barrier. Let's copy that back into here. And then I just have to change the HUD. And then I just have to put plastic back in. So I need to find plastic. Let me just scroll to the top. Let's do a control find plastic. Let's grab plastic and throw it back into here. And I'll fix the HUD. And then I just have to add, under product, I have to add plastic back in, and we have to add barrier back in. So let's save that. So we should now be able to make, we should be able to make barriers now in the same factory. So we have plastic and barrier added back into our mod description. We have it added back into the factory, and we have it added back into the fill types. And we have it added back into our palettes. Let me just double check the textures. That one's fine. And plastic is fine. So the same factory should now make plastic barriers. So let's do this. Let me copy this. I'm going to put it down here as a backup. Let's delete that out. And we'll zip this back up. Take a quick peek at chat. I'm good. All right, let's go to my mods folder. So copy and paste. Alright, so now let's see if we can get the barrier palette working. This is probably the longest time it's taken me to build a factory and get all of the errors out. So tomorrow, I should have the house to myself with the dog and the cat. We're going to work on the 16x map tomorrow. Alright, so let's jump over here. So this factory should now have barriers. Let's change that to distributing. We know that works, we know this works, and we know this works. So barriers. We are missing plastic. So let's cheat some plastic in. Plastic. Alright, so we have plastic. We should now be making barriers. Nope, I didn't activate it. I'm only going to activate the barrier because we've already tested the rest of them. Alright, so we should have a barrier palette and 4,000 liters. Let me go F5, make sure there's no weird collisions. There's not. Let's see if they will auto-load. We didn't check the other palettes to see if they're unloading properly, so we're going to spawn out some other palettes as well. Oh, I think let's check the tension belt. Is the tension belt going over the top? I think it is. It's tensioning belt down properly. We have any errors in the log? No errors in the log. We just go all the way up to the top. So this factory is now completely error-free. I want to check a couple things. So let's activate. Let's go to storing because I want them to spawn out. Let's go to storing and storing. And let's activate that one, and activate that one. I'm going to take the barrier, deactivate it because we have already tested it. actually I can activate. Hang on, activate, and then I could just change it to distributing. So no more spawn out. So let's grab these other palettes. So when they sell, I want to make sure that they're unloading properly. So let's go distributing, distributing, distributing. Jump back in here. Let's take the tension belts off. And then let's tension belt them back down. So how are we looking? That's much better. The concrete bag needs a, well, one concrete bag is fine, the other concrete bag is not, but I can live with that. Let's see if they sell properly. Let's see if they load from top to bottom or bottom to top. See if we have to adjust the i3D at all. Oh, so they're not unloading properly. They're unloading from the middle down. Alright, so I'm going to have to adjust the order that they unload. But that's an easy fix. I can mess around with that off camera. Just have to adjust them, the order in the i3D. I almost ran out of gas limiting the 2 big fields. Oh, liming the 2 big fields on No Man's Land. I have I didn't make really big fields on that map. I have smaller fields on that map. Alright, so it looks like the cement factory should be good to go. No, I did notice one thing. My plastic palette looks messed up. I want to look at the plastic palette a minute. I don't think the texture was right. Plastic. Just want to spawn one out. That is missing. That's missing the logo. So that means the refinery needs to be updated, because all the palettes should have the logo on them. So I'm going to have to go in and fix the refinery. Now, there's one more thing I want to do. Now that it's working without any errors, there's one more thing I want to do to the palettes. So let's go into the concrete. Let's take the fixed one. Let's come into here. I just want to zip this up. I'm going to save all of the palettes in case I mess something up. So let's copy this into here. So I have all the palettes saved. We'll delete that out. Alright, let's go into let's go into the barrier palette. Let me go File, Import. I'm going to bring in I think it's the Steel palette. It's not the Steel palette. It's not the one I want. File, import, drill pipe maybe. No, that one doesn't have it either. There should be a strap that runs up and over the palette. I'm going to have to fix all my palettes and put the straps back on them. There should be a strap that runs up and over this palette to hold everything down. Alright, so Almond doesn't have it. Boxes doesn't have it. None of my palettes may have the little thing that straps them down. Drill pipe, fish, flower, ice cubes, nails. Yeah, none of my palettes have a little strap. Okay, so there's one other thing I want to do then. I am going to create a plane. Okay, so the middle palette. I'm going to go Edit, Cut, and Paste. Oop. I want just the plane. Let's turn it this way to -90. And let's bring it out to the end. We are going to make it smaller. We are going to make it narrower. Bring it down a little bit more. Alright, so let's take this guy and let's go File, Export Selection with Files. I'm going to go into the Cement Factory into Palettes. I'm going to call it Logo 1. And then let's minimize that for a minute. So we go into the Cement Factory, we go into Logo 1. Let's open this up. Oh, I don't want to open it up in the editor. Actually, I do need to open it up in the editor. Do I still have... I don't have Paint.net open anymore. Alright, let's take... let's go into... Pictures... open with paint.net. Let's make this a little bit smaller. And then let's get rid of the background. Oh, come on. Let's go File, Save As, Storage, Cement Factory, Palettes, Textures. I've got to save it as a DDS. And we're going to call it old, I'll just call it Old Man 1. I got to save it as a DTX5. And then let's go into here. And let's go into here. And let's go Cement Textures. Let's grab this guy. And it's not going to let me. Darn it. Unsupported format. Okay, so let's do this the hard way. Let's do it the hard way. Let's get rid of logo 1. Let's close this. Let's get rid of logo 1. Let's go into let me jump into here a second. Let me open up the bakery barn. That one may be too big. Let's close that a second. Let's go into the bakery barn. Let's grab, where's the logo? It's over here. Where's the logos? Logos, warning stripes, effects. All right, let's grab a factory where I know where it is. Let's go into, actually we could pull it out of the same factory. Let's do it this way. Let's go into the cement factory. Let's open the cement factory back up. I'm going to go into visuals. I'm going to grab just sign 1. Let's go File, Export Selection with Files, Palettes, and let's call it Logo 1. Palettes, Logo 1, should be the Cement 1, Diffuse, Cement 1, Diffuse. Okay, so let's do this. I don't know if this is going to work or not, I just want to try something. save as, save it as Old Man. And it's got to be saved as a DTX5. So now we take logo 1. Should be Old Man. So we should have 0, 0, 0. So that we have just the Old Man. So let's go back into the barrier palette. Oop, crap, let me take my speed down. Alright, so let's go. Let's go File, Import, Logo 1, Edit, Cut, and Paste. Oh, did I not? What did I mess up? Right there, sign 1. I don't know, like I said, it may be too distorted. I don't know if it's going to work or not. Yeah, it's not going to work. The sign was too big. I need a smaller sign. That's not going to work. Where do I have a smaller sign? I just wanted to get my logo on the palettes. So that one's not going to work. Let's delete that out. Let me look at something else real quick. I need a small sign. My games. I can live with it the way it is. I just wanted to see something a minute. Palettes. I swear. Where's the palettes? Does this have? It does not. It doesn't have the sign on it. I'm not going to be able to do what I want to do with my logos. But let's look at something else then really quick. Let's go back and look at the barrier palette. So it's running off of the barrier diffuse from the base game. So let's look at something really quick. Let's go into this PC, Steam apps, FarmSim22, data maps, MapUS, textures, props. I want plastic barrier. Plastic barrier. Copy. Oh, I already have it in here, but I have a different one. Alright. So let's come into here. So this is probably the side. He's going to be too big. Let me open up this guy. I want to grab this guy here. Let's copy him into here. And let's save that. I could save it as a 5. Alright, so let's take palettes, barrier palette. Let's change this to textures. See if we have it in the correct spot. May have to move the picture around a little bit to get it where I want it at. Alright, so it did not end up on here at all. Oh, it ended up in the wrong spot. Okay, so I want to try and get it where it shows up on this side, like right here. So that looks like it should be about here. Let's try that. No, not even close. Not even close. Alright, so let's undo that. See where it shows up if I put it here. US and the guns, hello. Oh, see, now it puts it on the top. I can live with that if it's on the top of the barrier. I just want the logo on there somewhere. I'd rather it on the side, but I can live with it on the top. Okay, I can live with that. So that's fine. So that's going to be the barrier palette. Let's open up, let's go into the textures for paving 3 and paving 4. Let's copy that into here. Let's just put it on one of the corners there. And we'll save this. And let's take it. Let's paste it into here. We'll put it on one of the corners there. And let's save that. So now let's see. I don't know if this is going to work. Let's go into the block palette. Do we have the old man on here at all? We do. Up in the corner. One brick on the corner. I can live with that. It's got the one little icon on one of the bricks. It shows up on the side, but there's nothing I can do about that. Well, there might be. Hold on. No. We've taken black out the top and the bottom. let me try something. We can always put it back. Let's take, let me open this up. Let me grab a little strip from here and put it in here across the top. And across the bottom. I can always undo this. Let's save that. Which one was that? Pavers. Let's open up the Paver. Oh, nope, this is the other one. It's the block. Okay. Let's open up the block. Alright, so it didn't transfer to the side. So it's not going to do what I want it to do. So let's back that out. And let's leave just the logo in there. So we'll leave the logo in there, we'll leave the logo in here. Let me make this one a little bit bigger. And let's save that. And let's make this one a little bit bigger. And we'll save that. Alright, so block palette. We should have an old man in the one corner. There's nothing I can do with it showing up on the side. But I can live with that. And let's look at the Pavers Palette. So we should have just a little bit of the logo of the old man on there, like a sticker on there when you go to buy it at the store that you have to peel off. Now if I move it to the side, it may look like it wraps around, but you know what? Let's see what these look like in game now. So let's do this. Let's come back into here, and let's delete out the concrete factory. We'll zip it back up. Copy mods folder, paste. Back into our test map. And bear with me a second, I'm going to kick the light on because it's getting dark. Alright, let's jump back in here. Let's jump back into save game 9. And I'm going to call this, if these look decent in game, I'm going to call it and get out of here for the night. And tomorrow we'll work on the 16x map. Well, we won't have to build another new factory till next Friday. I have no idea what we're going to build yet next Friday, but we'll build another new factory next Friday. Alright, let's see what these palettes look like with the logos on them. Concrete. Hold on. Let's look at the concrete palette real quick. So let's look at palettes, textures. Let's go copy, paste into new image. This way. So let's go copy and paste. Nope, I'm not going to be able to make them small enough. Well, maybe. I can always undo it. Let's save that. Let's see what these meant. Concrete palette. That might work. Let's do this again. Delete this one. Zip it back up. Copy. Mods folder. Paste. Alright, let's see what those new palettes look like. What does freeze transforms do? Freeze transforms you have to be very, very careful with. It takes your scale, your rotation, and there's 3 things or 4 things. It takes it all back to like 1, 1, and 1. I'll have to go into an i3D to show you. But you have to be really careful with it, because if you don't do it properly, it messes your entire, whatever you're working on, it completely messes it up. I've got to open up an i3D to explain it to you. So I usually export something out to my desktop and freeze the transforms and then import it back into whatever I'm working on. Because if you freeze the transforms wrong, there's no undoing it. There's no undo button for freezing transforms. Once they're frozen, and then you can completely mess up your entire thing you're working on. Alright, so let's do this real quick. They're all on storing. We have to cheat some plastic back in. But let me open up a palette and I can show you. You have to be really careful with freeze transforms. I need plastic. Alright, so we should have everything we need. So let's go distributing. Nope, storing. So I want them to spawn out. So let's get one of each palette out again so we can look at them. Oh, I didn't activate it. I always do that. So let's go back to distribute, 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 distribute. Alright, so we should have a nice small little subtle logo on the barrier. We do. In the one corner we should have a logo on the paver and on the block. We do. And then we should have a small logo on this cement bag. And we do. So I can live with those. And we have the logo on the factory. I think I'm going to put one more sign on this side. Is there a quicker way to move transform groups up and down rather than right? Nope. Right click and move up, move down. Alright, I gotta fix this wall so it's not sticking out and it's even. So I just gotta fix the wall and I'm gonna put one more logo in. I'm calling this factory ready to send to Dixie for testing. Can we walk up? I can. Oh, that as far as I can go? No, I can come all the way up top. Alright, let's get out of here. I can live with that. Yeah, I only freeze the transformer if I need to fix a texture. Other than that, I try not to mess with freezing transforms. It's really hard to explain because it's used differently in different situations. But, alright, so this I'm done with. And then this I'm done with. We don't need anything else today. Let me just make a new folder on my desktop. So new folder 2. Let me go into the original, one of my original palettes. So let me go into Ritchie's Creek palettes. Let me pull one of the original block palettes out. So file, export, desktop, new folder 2, block palette. This way I won't mess it up inside the map. So if we go to here, we open up the block palette. You want everything here in a real world to be at either all zeros or all ones. So if you resize something, you should take it to your scale should be 1, 1, and 1. In a perfect world. A lot of times I won't readjust these. So if we take block 7, in a perfect world, in a perfect i3D, these should be 1, 1, and 1. So this is 1, 1, and 1. This is 1, 1, and 1, but the main transform group is not 1, 1, and 1. So you got to be really careful. So if I go edit, freeze transforms for scale, it's going to mess up everything. So I try never to mess with freeze transforms because the undo button, the undo button in 19 didn't work on freeze transforms. And see, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So I usually don't mess with freeze transforms unless I have to. Usually if I have to freeze a transform, because if you freeze one, it messes them all up because they're all named the same. So if you want one of your items a different size than the rest of them, and you want them to go back to 1, 1, and 1 where they should be, you have to export it out of the palette onto your desktop, freeze the transform separately, and then import it back in and put it back into place. I try not to mess with it unless I have to. But it takes everything back to 1, 1, and 1 on the scale. So there's one last thing I want to do to the factory itself. I want to fix that one. Oh, that's the map. I don't want to fix the map. I want to fix the factory. That one barrier is a little off center. So I just want to fix it. So this guy right here, visuals, that one was fine. This one's not. It's a little bit too big and it's not lined up properly. Let me take it down a little bit smaller. Is it sticking out on this side? It's not, but it's a little crooked. So let's take it back. That way just a hair. And now it's sticking out on this side. Yeah, that's going to be much better. It's not going to look crooked in game. Let's take this sign and let me duplicate it. Let's bring it over here and we'll spin it around. And we'll put one on this side. Alright, let's save that. And let's see if that does it in game. And this is the last thing I'm messing with, and I'm going to get out of here so I'm going to upload this so I can get it to Dixie for testing. Appreciate everybody hanging out with me today. It's a crazy day to get this thing working. It's never taken me this long to build one factory before. I have no idea why my phone is ringing and I don't recognize the number, so it's going to go to voicemail. Yeah, I don't recognize that number. So I'll let it go to voicemail. So that should fix the, yeah, see now it's nice and square across the front. It's not sticking out on the one side. And we have our second logo. Alright, I'm going to call this good. I'm going to get out of here for the night. It's been great, dude. I've learned tons today from you, and thank you for that. You are more than welcome. I'm going to throw you all on. Ending soon. I am going to get out of here. I'm going to check the log one more time for errors. And we're completely error-free. Hope you all have an awesome night. Do palettes need an effects folder? No. The only thing that needs effects are anything that you put into a tipper. You have to have the effects for. So anything bulk, like any of your grains, any of your mining product, anything that you put into a tipper, you have to have an effects folder for. Not your palettes. But I'm going to get out of here. Y'all have an awesome night. We'll catch y'all tomorrow.